Wow. Hello. Hello. While we're waiting, I will just say that channel 8 is for English interpretation, and I think channel 5 is for Greek. Okay. Okay. I think we're getting close. Dear partners, colleagues, dear ambassador, first secretary, dear participants, not the least, it is a great honor to welcome you to this conference to honor the work that has been done for the last 3 years. We hope that this conference will inspire and encourage more schools to work on inclusive education for all, both in Greece and beyond Greece. My name is Kjersti Klette. I work for the European Wergeland Center, and I'm the manager of this project. And it's truly an honor to be here and see all the work that has been done for the last few years. We have a list of officials who will talk a little bit about the support and the project. And I would first like to welcome Makri, the head of European and International Affairs from the Greek Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs. Please, Makri.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Good evening, welcome. I shall speak in Greek. I'm not prepared to do any welcome now, just a few words as far as the program is concerned. It was a program that we have undertook in our directorate, and we had two pilot phases. The first one was in 2016, and the second one in 2018. A very successful project, especially as far as educators are concerned. That is why the ministry moved on in its full implementation with the program Schools for All. Now, I would like to say that our directorate has multiple actions, especially in issues related to refugees. We also have the European passport that we ran successfully, which is another program of the Council of Europe, where initially had participation of Italy, Greece, UK, and Norway. Refugees are tested and examined by specialists from DOATAPA, which is the institution for the certification of diplomas and degrees, and they receive a certificate which confirms the level of their education. There is a platform under which all data of participants are included, the certificate they receive, and afterwards they can travel to any other country which is part of this project and show that via this certificate they are not obliged to undertake the same process and procedure. Moreover, allow me to say that there is another important initiative of our minister, Ms. Kerameos, that under her initiative at the EU, a task force was established for refugees and especially from Ukraine. So in Greece and in Ukraine, especially for children. So I have nothing else to add. Good luck to today's event. Thank you for your attention and your participation.
Thank you very much. We are very fortunate to have the Norwegian ambassador present, who will say a few words. Ambassador Andersen.
So, Madam Secretary, distinguished officials, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I have been advised to not hold a 45-minute speech. I'll keep it short. As a representative of the donors, I am really happy to be here today and to have the opportunity to address you through the annual event of the Schools for All project. The project is implemented under the Local Development and Poverty Reduction Program of the EEA grants in Greece. Education, and especially educations for persons who normally falls outside the remits of the formal schooling system, is a priority for Norway, not only in Greece, but throughout the world and in many countries. I have visited projects in Sudan, in Lebanon, in Moldova, and now in Greece. And it's, I think we just witnessed outside. I was taken for a short tour to see the projects that had been made in all the schools about the project, and also getting the fantastic musical demonstration outside here, which sort of underlines exactly what this is all about. It's bringing children into the schools, making sure that children stay in the school, because that's where they're supposed to be, and the fantastic work of all of you making this happen. And this is truly an exceptional thing to witness. And education, especially for refugee children and others who are strangers to the country, and bringing them into the school is very pertinent today, 20th of June, where we celebrate International Refugee Day. And integration and education of students with a refugee background remains a challenge in many countries, pretty much in most countries in Europe, including Norway, including Greece. But the reward of bringing the children into the schooling system, getting them education, making sure that they learn the language, learn the rules of society, bringing them basically into the society, is not only integrational efforts for the students themselves, it's for their families, and for the local communities. And I think this program of Schools for All certainly underlined this in a very, very apt way. My team in the Norwegian Embassy in Athens has followed your work with great interest and dedication over the years. And I know this has been difficult, and I must really hand it to the European Wergeland Center in Oslo and their staff in Athens, and all the contributors and partners they have here, that you managed to get through COVID with this project and keep it alive through the difficult days of COVID and the difficult days of homeschooling. I know it's been difficult. It's been difficult for all of us. But for those of you responsible for a project, in addition to being responsible for your own families and your own lives during COVID, I take my hat off, because this is truly exceptional. And thank you so much for your effort. It's really noticed, and it's really worthwhile. And then special thanks also go to the Greek Ministry of Education and especially the team of the Institute of Educational Policy for their unquestionable work and their dedication to the project. I'm sure we all know well that there's work left to be done. But I believe we have set the ground for a more inclusive educational system that takes into account the needs of the individuals, not only the need of the system, but the need of the individual. A warm thank you to you all, to the schools, to the teachers, to the trainers, to the staff of the project, and to all of your leadership making this happen, making the Schools for All network get through COVID and come out on the other end of COVID with what we see today. It's truly exceptional, and it says a lot about your hard work. You are a living legacy of a project, and it's now up to you and your network to take the project further and make the results even better than what we've seen today. So that is the challenge, and that is the work ahead. And for that, I commend you all and say thank you very much on behalf of the donors, and thank you very much on behalf of Norway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We truly appreciate the support both of the donors and of partners here in Greece. From the Institute of Educational Policy, we have Stamoulis, the head of Inclusive and Innovative Education Department. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the framework of the implementation of democratic and schools of integration under title Schools for All, we wish to contribute to the notion of integration and, of course, democratization of schools. In this framework, I wish to refer to a short welcome of IEP, who fully believes in this type of synergies, which contribute to an open field of collaboration and cooperation and exchange of best practices between stakeholders. In order to be able to support our education system, we need to be able to include any given child, leaving aside any form of discrimination. Of course, integration of children is not an easy process, and is not a process that can be finalized simply by integrating people with difficulties in schools. On the contrary, it needs to analyze how educational process should be able to respond to the needs and identify ways in order to offer the appropriate level of education to all students and all children. Such practices shall start through class itself. IEP shall continue to support via its activities and, of course, the material and, of course, the curriculum, the support towards children in order to be able that via democracy we can support the children, and, of course, our schools shall become safe and, of course, without discrimination and schools of integration. Thank you.
Thank you. From the European Wergeland Center, we also have the Executive Director, who will say a few words, Anna Perona Fjellstad.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's an inspiration to be here and to have witnessed what you have done. I'm really humbled to say it has been magnificent to get into to be with you and to listen to what you have done. When I was preparing to come here in the plane, I had in my hands the handbook, the handbook you have prepared with the experiences of the last 3 years. And I read the first pages, and I got so inspired that I wrote my speech on my boarding card. In one of the exercises of this handbook, it is called "I didn't come, I left." And this phrase is stuck in my head. And I have to be a bit personal here, if you allow me, because I am a migrant too. I have been struggling for the last 30 years between the old and the new, between my roots and between my present. And I did choose to leave. I had the choice to stay. I choose to leave. Refugees do not have the choice to stay. They have a war tearing apart their country, a terrible, aggressive neighbor terrifying your community, a natural catastrophe. The list is really, really long, but they didn't have a choice. So for children, having experienced trauma and a number of really difficult situations, coming to school in a new country can offer a sense of normality that they so desperately need. Life almost as it was before they left, almost. So you, in schools, teachers, principals, all the school personnel, you have in your hands a huge responsibility, but also a huge opportunity to foster a sense of belonging, to being part of a community, to realizing the legal right to education in practice. And the right to learn, as the handbooks I read says means access to school, but also being successful at it. And success requires decision, good methods, and concrete steps to implement the methods. And this is what this School for All project actually is trying to achieve. So what we are going to do here today, we are going to celebrate your achievements, what you have done in schools. We are going to learn from it. We are going to get inspired, nodding heads. And also we are going to launch the manual, the handbook, which is compiling your experiences during the last 3 years. So these experiences of yours, this lived experience, I love that phrase, can be also transferred to other teachers, to other schools in Greece, but also in many other countries of Europe. Because little we knew when we planned this 3 years ago, the relevance of these materials in Europe today. Unfortunately, history repeats itself, and we see a new wave of refugees fleeing their country and arriving to the neighboring countries and other countries. And when the war started in February this year, Angelos, one of our head trainers, was in Oslo, and I asked him, Angelos, could you please put together the manual with the experiences, the learning materials we were supposed to prepare by the end of the year, we're talking December, could you do that for June? And you told me yes. You raised to the challenge brilliantly, all of you. So I would really like to thank for this effort, to thank all of you, to thank the trainers, the teachers, all those participating in this effort, because what you have produced is very, very relevant for many others. Your experiences will be able to help other teachers that are seeing new refugee children come into their classrooms this autumn. So what you have done, it deserves to be acknowledged, and I hope that you get all the recognition you really deserved. My wish would be that maybe when a child is asked again, or a refugee person will not just say, I didn't come, I left. Probably if this person can say, I left and I did come here, with a little bit less pain, with a little bit more normal life around them, then we have reached something. So thank you all.
Okay, if you're looking at the agenda, don't be confused about the reordering, but there is some, we need to be flexible. We have online welcome by the Secretary General Alexandros Koptsis from the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs. So I hope the technical solutions will work. Koptsis, the floor is yours, if you can hear me. Yes.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to be able to be present among you and to welcome you all to this conference. The conference was implemented by the EWC in collaboration, of course, with the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs. It is of a truly valuable project which promotes the principles of a democratic, inclusive school, which, of course, offers sustainable support to directors, trainers, and of course, parents. The Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs fully supports the program Schools for All in order to create an inclusive educational environment which shall promote the integration of refugee children in the Greek reality and aiming at the reinforcement of these people and integrating the Greek society. Today's conference, ladies and gentlemen, we aspire that we all to promote the know-how, best practices, and knowledge acquired through the implementation of the actions of the project Schools for All. Moreover, we shall promote the new booklet, which is a roadmap with activities related to democratic learning and teaching, and of course, human rights and integration of your children. The school that we look for sees no boundaries. It is an open hug which embraces all children from any given place in the world, because in the place of the cradle of democracy and teaching and learning, the right to knowledge and learning is a condition sine qua non. That is why the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, we promote equal opportunities for all. In this way, this year, and of course, despite the different challenges that we all face due to COVID, etc., shows that we already have 87 people in specialized centers for refugee education in 110 different schools. We have established special schools to integrate schools, more than 1,580 new trainers and teachers. Since 2019, the project Schools for All has trained educators from 65 public schools. In order to implement the vision of the inclusive school, we need a cohesive support and cohesive effort. I fully believe that your own efforts works towards this objective. Good luck to today's conference, and I sincerely hope, and I need to sincerely thank and congratulate all people working at the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, and of course all of you who are the pioneers of this project, all teachers who do their best in order to be able to support all such actions and initiatives that we have executed and implemented in the late years, and of course our children who continue to work and participate in this holistic process. Thank you very much. Good luck.
I don't think he can hear me now, but still. Managing this project from Oslo, Norway is one thing. We are completely dependent on a team here in Greece who can actually do the work. One team is our team of expert trainers. Four of them, they are four, and you will meet all of them today. The first one is our head trainer, Angelos Valianatos, who will say something about the project.
speaker is off microphone. If there is no microphone, there can be no translation.
Είναι αυτό που έχει απορία κάποιος όταν...
So this, when people, that's why people wonder why there's a monitor when people sing in front of them. Well, that's why. And I have my icons as well because I have to change the slide. So, good afternoon. In this celebration that actually gives us the opportunity to meet again, my part is about talking on the project, the methodology, and the results. So I have a story to share with you. And since it's a long story, I'll start right away. And I'll start from Athens, where we are currently and where many things actually started. So in 387 BC, actually very close to here, the Academy of Plato. Okay, I won't be starting from 387 BC. I would love to, but there's not enough time. What I want you actually to bear in mind since then is the word academy, academia in Greek, and the notion of academy. So Plato describes that as a gathering of people who discuss, who debate in order to find the truth and justice as it is described in his Politeia. So let's keep the word academia, academy, and leave before Common Era and move forward in time and go to Ankara for you see how long it would take if you could drive to Ankara. So there in Ankara, in 48 to 50, in Micronesia, Apostle Paul wrote his letter to the Gauls, and there he says there's no free person and slave, man or woman. You are all one thanks to Jesus Christ. I won't stick to that story, but I would like to keep there one of the definitions that everyone is one and the same. So, academy, dialectic, and everyone is as one. Now, the global map is actually showing us the World Declaration of the Human Rights, and there in the first article it is said that all people are born free, equal in rights, and they have to behave in a fraternal way. Now, these are the main principles on which we have actually based our values, because the people who are in that room, we are but a drop from a number of schools that representing a school system, an educational system, the education in Greece, which is the same and different, etc., etc. So we managed to work together because we believe in these basic values and principles that all people are equal, they have the same rights, and they can discuss and debate. So let's leave Ankara and move to Strasbourg. So what happens there in the heart of Europe? Because we have the European Convention for the Human Rights, and now things start happening, meaning that every member state of the Council of Europe has to ratify and implement this convention. So there is a regulatory framework, not only a common language, if you like, but we're using the same terms, and there's the same rules for everyone. The interesting thing in that is that there's also the Court of Justice of Human Rights. So the human rights are not only something right up there in the cloud, but they are very well defined, and there is an institution that is actually controlling its implementation. So when we're talking about rights and obligations, we're talking about something concrete. It's no longer an issue of ideas or notions that are vague. Now, this convention has to be implemented by the Council of Europe. In the Article 2, it says that every person has the right to education. Every person, every individual. So, in the 70 years of the Council of Europe, there have been educational tools for every person. We're not talking about every special case, but every person, and for every need and for every preference, if you like. So we have the fundamental values, the description, the educational tools, but all that is nothing if they're not implemented in education, and therefore we have to create programs, and these have to be articulated in a language, the language of educators and teachers, in order to face the everyday problems. So we're leaving Strasbourg after Ankara, and we're going now to Oslo. In 2006, there was a discussion for the need to have an organization that will implement all that by concentrating this material, gathering this material, and offering also a practical dimension by putting in place educational programs. So, amongst the European member states, there was a discussion which country would agree to augment the contributions to the Council of Europe in order to be able to finance that. So Norway said yes right from the beginning, and Norway, and I think it was Norway again who said yes. So there was an agreement between the government of Norway that out of its own budget, it has earmarked money financing in order to finance the European Wegeland Center in 2008. Well, you should Google Heinrich Wegeland if you don't know him, because this is a very essential figure for the Norwegian culture, and he also has, this craziness of an educator with the pros and cons. I won't be talking about Wegeland furthermore, but I will say that the European Wegeland Center is creating programs that can really be used in the educational reality of a school. And today we have here the executive director of the European Wegeland Center. We have also Kesti and Maria. So please, ladies, stand. So we have the project manager and the executive director. So I said that they are actually creating these programs, and this is why we'll go further down to Montenegro, one of the Wegeland Center programs. So what we did there, every member state of the Balkans, Turkey and Cyprus sent a team of a principal, a teacher, and a parent, and there was an academy. You remember that, Montenegro, about a democratic school. So what did Wegeland do? They would take the recommendations of the Council of Europe, put them into practice, and invited teachers, educators. They had the educational tools, and they also brought about trainers. And there was the Academy of Southeastern Europe. It started in 2011 and it ended in 2017. Now, in 2013, Wegeland used to receive 1 to 2 applications from every country. So in 2013, from Greece, there were more than 20 applications. So obviously that raised the flag. So, I mean, why we went from 1 to 2 applications, we went to over 20. In 2014, the applications were more than 150. So clearly, that seems to be a red flag. I mean, it was a huge flag that engulfed everywhere. So what did we have to do, said European Vageland? Should we have 2 or 3 in the academy? Actually, we said that no, this is a drop in the ocean. So clearly, we have to do something in Greece. The fact that there were 162 schools who want to send someone to train along with other Balkan educators, well, clearly there is a concrete need, a tangible need in Greece. So Vageland started having 2 academies. There you go. We're back to Greece, and we have 2 academies, one in 2015 and one in 2018, only with Greek schools. Now, the interesting thing is that there we started working with what you heard about the Vageland Center trainers. We started that in 2015. We've already covered practically 7 years of working together. Now, in 2018, we started School for All, and in the EU grant. So there was a memorandum of cooperation signed between Vageland and the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs here. Now, this was included in the National for Education Council, and of course, it was ratified. So, in this program, we're working on integration. One image, 1,000 words. So, this is integration. An integrated school is a school where every member of its community will be recognized by the color of their own choice and and how big the hand is, the size of their hand. Nothing else should matter. And they will participate in this shared canvas, and they have to leave their own mark. So integration is something that once you experience it, it's harder to describe it, but this is what we started doing. Bearing in mind that democracy is not one of the inherent elements of man. Mammals are not democratic from birth, and we're mammals. So we have democracy courses at school. We teach democracy at school. What we suggested to be done in school is that this should also create experiences for children. If you only teach something without the children having any experience, well, then there's something missing. So I am describing what we did, but the members of my team know exactly why we worked that way. So we said that the program is not there in order to save. I mean, I'm a theologist, so allow me to say that I'm not very convinced when it comes to saviors. It's a professional distortion. But what we wanted to say that in the school, we are here to help you do what you want to do. So we're not asking you to change what you're doing, but we want to assist you in what you decide that you want to do in order to integrate, to be an integrated school. And this is why the schools knew that the board should agree to that and not only have one teacher who's dreaming about participating. So we didn't ask the schools to change what they were doing, but to bring forth the project in what they're already doing, and understand that they can do it in order to cultivate democracy without changing what we're doing, but change the way you're doing it. We also said that we're working with the totality of the school, within the school. So we'll work within the classroom, where the school is located, and in the way it is related to the community. And we said that if these our values are the founding stone, well, then our values, these other elements are, of course, the walls and the roof, because we have to have all those elements in order to have a sound structure. So everyday needs of the school must be taken into consideration in that way. And in that school, we want to create the values as a door. You have to go in to learn them, and you come out bearing these values. And when you look out the windows of a school, you see that there's the skills that are cultivated. And if you're a teacher or a child that looks the world out of the window, you understand that the skills give you and knowledge give you the ability to understand the world in a better way. And now let me go back. So you can see in all the similarities and all the differences of this model and its implementation. Two of these are Greek, two are Turkish, and one comes from Kosovo. That means that by working in the project, once you are adhering the project, you establish relations with other schools. So the Greek, Turkish, and Kosovo education systems have similarities and differences, and we can work together. The same goes for our schools. The schools themselves have great similarities and differences, and they worked very well together, and we enjoyed that. Now, the people who work in there, so the team of the Vageland Center, we are Iro Potamousi, Geliaroni, Marios Koukounouras Lagis, and Angelos Valianatos. I'm standing, so the rest, please stand up.
Να είστε καλά.
Thank you for that. So you saw us in 2015. We were taking our first steps in Spetses. We couldn't have done things if we didn't have the. So what did we do actually, says the speaker? So we trained the educators, we trained the trainers. No, we didn't train the educators, he says. We trained the trainers, and then we created the 6 academies, because these are academies where the schools met and we had the first relations. So we trained 175 teachers, because IEP actually allowed us to participate in the training program. We had 4 webinars during COVID. So you see us in the screens. This is what we did. We couldn't have done that without the trainers that worked with us. We asked for trainers. We didn't ask for educators, teachers, good people. We wanted trainers who wanted to work with us. And many of them are here. So please, the trainers, stand up.
Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. You know, it's very moving, because I usually say that when we have a training, the first meeting is like, gathering to mourn someone. You feel a bit awkward, you have a coffee and you're waiting to see what will happen. But here we're a community. This is a community, we're friends. We know our good, our bad elements, and but mostly we communicated, we worked together, we created a community of trainers. And of course, all that couldn't have any result without the work of our trainers. So just some figures. So we had at schools 99 training sessions, and the trainers visited 308 times schools. So 308 times the trainers visited schools. This is from your training sessions. Yes, I know you recognize it. Well, it was a festival every time. So this is the map with our schools. If there is a dot, that means one school. If there's a number, that means the number of schools. In both years of the implementation of the program, because we had the first year, then COVID, and then the second year. But I think we managed to expand, and that was a good thing. So welcome everyone to Athens from all over Greece. Without the schools, we couldn't have done anything. And the schools created communities, and they started having relations, and there were some friendships, but there were two main breakthroughs. There was a breakthrough of the school within the school. It opened up to itself, it opened up to other schools as well as to the society. And these are our human resources. There you have the team of Vegelen, on the right you have the trainers, and there below you have the schools. But this is not the representative image of our work. 64 action plans, 167 teachers were trained. So this is who we are, not the previous image. And this is who we are because we created networks. Each and every one of us within the team of Egelen had a number of trainers that they worked with, and they were working with the school, and then they brought the news to the trainers discussed, we discussed in order to see what will happen, and there were calls and back and forth. So you see, numbers, figures are not everything, but actually these relations that were established. And an experience was born within each and every one of us. And we have the great opportunity to bring this to fruition and do something with it in our everyday professional life. Ladies and gentlemen, my feeling is that this project actually bloomed. It created a reality. However, the big enemy is the feeling of weakness and of not being able to do things because there's a war, because we can't find easily peaceful things to do against the war. And I don't want to become aggressive like those who are doing a war. However, dear friends, I have the sense that what we managed to do within this project is not only to work with each other, but to establish a community of peace. Therefore, we can be like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelos. As I mentioned, and you also made them stand up, we have 4 trainers in our expert team. One of them is Marios Marasleio, who will present our handbook, which was, as you know, sped up this whole process to launch it today. And I think you will bring some representatives.
Comments of microphone cannot be translated. Wait for Mr. Liagis to take the podium and use his microphone. After Angelos, I was the one to speak, and then I heard someone saying, "Wow, was this Zen?" And now I have the other guy who is full of energy. So I don't know who's gonna cope with these 2 guys. So I'm the speedy guy, And of course, the other guy who just spoke is the Zen guy. So I have a lot to present, and I hope it's going to be quite rapidly the things I've said, but I'm going to try to speak like Agilos, in a more deep voice. So I would like to have Anastasia with me. So please, Anastasia, come next to me because we're going to have a discussion. So please, Anastasia, you should be over here next to me. Off microphone. Off microphone. Please use your microphone. We cannot translate if the speaker is off microphone. Maybe I did a bad translation, so I left the word tool. Because what kind of tool we're talking about? Is it a wooden tool? Is it a metallic tool? Is it something huge, something big? Is it a tool that you can actually use at any given moment? So you can also use this microphone if you want. I was thinking that all of this has an answer. It is actually a tool that some people created back in Norway, and they brought it to Greece. But actually, it is a tool for some other people who come from different places, some places where they have some difficult issues. So we're dealing with a tool that we use here in Greece, but it has to do with the school community. So what this tool is all about, I will use some words and wordings. It connects, it prepares, it adds, it supports, it corrects, it changes. So it is a tool that changes school community. And as Aguilo said, we're talking about students, we're talking about educators, we're talking about directors, vice directors, of course, parents, local community. So it is everyone who is around the school. So we do know that history is written by many different people. And in this framework, in our case, we have, of course, the experiments, the people who lived, and I'm not going to take the floor of these people as Aguilos did. So in terms of figures, we have 11 coordinators and head trainers, 40 trainers, some of whom are not here today, 68 colleges, 48 schools that were networked, 65 action plans, as we said, 54 directors, more than 1,000 teachers who learned and participated in the program, more than 6,000 students, among them, of course, all the refugee children that are in schools that participated actively in this project. Because as you do know, these students are not always in school. So more than 1,000 hours of training, 99 workshops, more than 1,500 participants, more than 400 activities that were implemented in these school units, and more than 7 institutions living inside our institution, and of course, Vergland Center, living inside the Institute of Educational Policy, that participated actively in the different events, activities of our program. And of course, this uh, experience is in the framework of this so-called handbook. So this handbook has 3 different chapters. The first chapter, first part, you will be able to identify, not for the moment, it is under drafter, the methodology of support of a school community, which of course hosts refugee children. The second part is what we said earlier, and Anna referred to that, the 31 major activities for the inclusion of refugee children in Greek schools. And the third part, or third chapter, you're going to see all of these brochures you saw, all of these posters you saw, in order to be able to implement best practices at your schools or see best practices from the 65 Greek schools. So, in other words, it is truly a great tool. It is, of course, a handbook slash tool. A handbook that can be utilized as an instrument in order to be beneficial. In other words, it has been created in such a way in order to be able for any given person to be able to find at any moment what he or she needs and get some ideas from the activities that we propose and we suggest. So the handbook is created in such a way where the 31 main activities which help any school community, whether it is in Greece or abroad. In other words, for in any given school that is about to host refugee children, that has already hosted refugee children or has included refugee children in its curricula. That is why we have these three parts. So this success, in order to be seen as an truly inclusive school, it actually requires, of course, steps, guidelines. In other words, help us, support us. How shall we start? What shall ensure? What is the proper methodology? What are the different steps? So, I'm going to leave aside the principles by insisting that all of these steps and all of these activities are based on the so called applied and not theoretical social pedagogy. That is why we're talking about applied social pedagogy and the so called whole school approach or holistic school approach. So, our objective is to be able to proceed to transformation that includes the notion of change. So, if we truly want to transform schools, we can talk about environments that can be inclusive for school refugee school children. In other words, I'm not going to talk about principles. You can find them in, of course, the handbook. So education should be focused on values. Values is, of course, our solid base on which we can capitalize human values that we have created in the framework of school, the Council of Europe. This is how we should proceed. Moreover, we are here to create a democratic institution. In other words, talk about adequacy of the democratic institution. In other words, capacities of democratic institution. Everything is around the democratic civilization. And of course, we should be able to put in tangible terms democracy in real terms. We are fed up with hearing words. So, based on these principles, we create our methodology. And of course, in the handbook, you will find some cards as if we are, some. Uh, po- so, we have some cards with text where we provide some important theoretical documentation in order to be able to use the different tools. And of course, cards with different activities. So, via these cards, via the charts, you can actually see how each school can adopt its own inclusive approach. That is why, as I said, there are some cards with theory where one can understand how these activities were implemented, and each activity can be developed based on this data information. So, on each activity card, whenever you open up the handbook on the website, you will actually be able to see all of these things. In other words, initially the title, of course, the duration. I'm not going to analyze, but I guess you understand what I'm actually talking about. The description of the topic, the description of the activity, the objectives one want to achieve via this activity. What are the expected outcome and results? The plans of the school, strategic plan, in order to be able to uh, help all participants who are involved in this activity. Needless to say, skills of democracy, which are supported via the activity, and of course, based on the deliverables, you will actually find the steps. Step 1, step 3, step 4. In other words, concrete guidelines on how you should implement the activity, even what the coordinator, what he or she has to say. Of course, evaluation and feedback. What do we win at the end of the day? How we evaluate the fact that we got the proper results, and of course, um, sources. At this point, I would like to talk about this experience we saw via Mr. Vallanatos many books with activities. Oh, is it another book with activities? Yes. We said that we're talking about your own experience, the things we felt, and that is why I would like to ask Anastasia Karayani, who was a trainer that I worked and collaborated with in the third college of Egaleo in the greatest city of Athens. And I believe that it is essential to be able to understand the importance of this action plan that includes activities and steps, and how we manage to record the different steps, because it's not easy to be able to planify what he or she wants to do and try to identify different steps right from the beginning. So I would kindly invite her to talk about her own experience. She has a microphone. Shall we hear Anastasia? Anastasia, the floor is yours. Well, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Marios, for this invitation to be able to talk about our experience. Allow me to start, as we talk about feedback, with my own personal feedback. 9 years ago, I started working in the education for refugee children. I was rather ambitious back then, 9 years ago, and I thought that as I'm going to work in this field, and with all the love that I have for this domain, for this sector, I will do my best to help the refugee children to uh, go to school, because schooling is their prerogative and, of course, a right. But as time went by, I understood that there are many different obstacles that I was not in a position to uh, overcome. That is why this is what we saw, that many children, the refugee children, didn't actually get into a classroom. And of course, this has created quite some feelings of failure, of bitterness, because the vision, which is personal and collective, of course, in other words, the vision of integration of refugee children, could not be translated into action. But as we saw, and as I said, we're just after 9 years of such projects, I have changed. And one of the things that I have understood via many different discussions with people that I love and collaborators that I love and friends, if you want to succeed in the integration, you need at least four ingredients: small steps, time, good people around you, and of course, personal and collective feedback. So, how can we see these things in an action plan, and how we can see things differently in order to be able to start seeing things differently and implement this vision in schools? So, first of all, the action plan that we utilized in the third college of Egaleo is integrated with a greater vision of the values that Marius described earlier. In other words, we still rely on that. It is the heart and the essence of these values. Moreover, the action plan that breaks the school year in different segments, it can actually help us understand how much time do we have in order to implement those projects. Can we implement all of them? What are the priorities we should set? And of course, what tools and means do we have in our arsenal? And can we find these arsenal, these tools, if we do not dispose them? And of course, this is how we start working via these small steps in order to be able to have some tangible results in schools and classrooms. Now, as far as activities are concerned, why activities are important? Well, these activities are important because in the action plan, I should start via an assessment of needs. So this is not that comes from the outer space, in other words, with best practices that I should utilize as I think, as I believe. So I need to see where I stand and what are my own needs and needs of my students, my pupils. And afterwards, I can see how I will prepare myself for the whole academic year, this whole school year, set objectives, describe the activities I want to do in order to step by step arrive at this great change. I refer to the term great change because I still believed in my vision, but I soon understood that things should take place differently. Now, as far as assessment is concerned and how important it is, I believe that assessing each and every given activity via feedback and intervention of other people, and of course, teachers and trainers are at the epicenter, at the heart of this challenge. because they operate as a compass. They help us at any given moment when an activity is ended to be able to, let's say, breathe deeply and see whether we have succeeded or not. If we did, we can move forward to the next step at our own pace by always thinking about our vision, which is, as I said, our compass. If not, well, yes, we can have a step backwards. And I believe that in this way, taking into consideration that we have our objectives, we have our activities, and of course, the appropriate tools to evaluate all of these things, we can all together, and by providing inspiration to other people, not from our own environment, but also from all other acquaintances we might have, to continue by, of course, working for the vision of integration of your children in Greek schools and, of course, democracy in schools. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Inspiring words, truly, I need to say. Many things I'd like to refer to. So, heart of this project is, of course, the action plan. And, of course, heart of the action plan are the different activities. That is why we start from this second part in this handbook. That is why we're invited to move forward, say that we need the second chapter with activities, because change starts from activities themselves. That is why, as you understand, the 31 major and key activities follow a consecutive time of events. So we have before, now, and afterwards. So, in other words, before students arrive, activities that the school will actually apply upon arrival of refugee children, and of course, activities, future activities after the integration of refugee children in Greek schools. That is why I have three parts. So, where do our power relies? In the past. In other words, we need to anticipate, we need to prepare ourselves. If schools are not ready to be able to host refugee children, well, we shall face a challenge which would be rather chaotic. So that is why we should work in advance. And at any given moment, before, now, and future, by using activities that focus on engagement and sensibilization of the refugee crisis, and of course the particularities of these new children. Secondly, activities that are there to prepare the school itself to host in an inclusive manner the refugee children, and of course, third, some other type of activities. So before is also axed in these three categories of activities, and of course the now, and of course the future. We see sometimes a lack of engagement, lack of sensibilization, and probably we do not need that much sensibilization as we are together with the refugee children when they are in school. By following this holistic approach, this whole school approach, we have a correlation with one of the three objectives that are schools. In other words, in these etiquettes, we have the three first things. We have teaching and learning. In other words, activities related to teaching and learning, school management and school civilization, and third, communication with civil society. So, according to this holistic approach, all three of them are there to support the resolution of a problem, and they support each other whenever we need to prepare ourselves against any new member or any new refugee or not that we want to be integrated in the school community. So, let us see an activity. This is an activity that was discussed earlier. I didn't left. I didn't come. I left in order to be able to see things. The first card shows the first element, in other words, objectives, etc., and of course the different issues. Second page, we see analytically all steps, starting from step 1 to step 7. In the third card, in this card, you can actually see the material, how you can assess and provide feedback from this particular activity. 31 such major or main or key activities We're talking about labs ready to be used. This is the second part, the 31 main or key activities included in this handbook. So we're talking about a collection of applied actions that took place in our schools, in Greek schools, but I'm 100% sure that they're not only related to Greek schools. We're talking about any given school community that hosts or who wishes to host and welcome refugees or students with a refugee background or students with disabilities or other issues. So we're talking about all children, in other words. This is what we understand as inclusive school. Next steps? Well, as I said, this handbook is not yet finalized. You will find in a few moments these 31 major activities, key activities, and we shall see what was going to happen with the third part. So we hope that by September everything is going to be ready and we will be able to have all the theoretical cards with excellent material that you can actually read and receive the appropriate support via the website, which hopefully will become interactive from the 4 people who contributed to this handbook. We hope that it's going to be translated in different languages. We hope that it's going to be translated in different languages. It is a resource that we want to share, not just with Greek schools. We hope that we're going to have a website, and of course, we expect the best practices coming from schools, and of course, to be implemented in tangible terms. I would like to have a communication in September with a school in Poland or a school in Norway, a school, let's say, in Bulgaria, in Moldova, where, yes, indeed, we are in the before or the now or the future. So, in other words, that via this handbook in our hands, we want to put things in action. That is what we expect. That's what we want. Theologists, that's what we can do. We can only hope. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anastasia.
Το θεολόγοι είμαστε εγώ και ο Άγγελος.
Well, just me and Angelos are theologists, and some of you, not everyone is a theologist. Clearly, I didn't mean that.
Thank you very much, Marius and Anastasia, I think, yes. As you mentioned towards the end, while the project and the handbook is developed in a Greek context, we truly believe that the experiences that we have gained or you have gained will be valuable also outside Greece. And for this, we have invited a representative from the Center for Citizenship Education in Poland. And Poland is, of course, one of the countries receiving a very high number of refugees at the moment from Ukraine. And he will discuss with Anna how this can be of value for the Polish context. The floor is yours.
Can we use these microphones? Okay.
1, 2.
Well, first, thank you for taking the trip from Warsaw to Athens. When I call and says, I think you should come with us. I think there is something that you should see. So thank you for accepting the invitation.
Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure.
I know that in Greece for quite some time has been a long discussion, a debate about numbers of refugees coming to Greece, and maybe also about the lack of support from outside. It has been a long discussion. I just wanted to ask you about the situation in Poland, just to have some perspectives. What has happened since February 24th in your country? What numbers are we talking about? How is the situation now?
It has been, of course, a dramatic development. Starting in February 24th, we had 3.8 million border crossings. Of course, not 3.8 million people is in the country, but there's huge numbers. There's I think the record register was 140,000 people that crossed one day over 24 hours. So that gives you an overview of the situation in the country. But there's been, of course, a huge positive reaction on the side of the Polish society. I mean, we are happy and proud about that. It's been important that we have been able to host people that came, and we've been able to host them immediately, pretty much. But of course, the situation is real difficult for the Polish school system. We tend to say it's the biggest challenge for the school system since the start of since the end of the Second World War, pretty much. Numbers are not really certain because of the registration issues, but a month ago, a Minister of Education spoke of 700,000 young people of a school age that should be provided with education. 140,000 is now enrolled in the Polish school system, has been enrolled over the first 3 months, but 540 still use the online education, Ukrainian online education according to Ukrainian curriculum, which is considered compulsory schooling by the ministry. When you look at the registration numbers, it's a little bit lower. It's 1.1 million people that registered for the national identity number. And among this 1.1 million, you have 360 school-age students. And we don't know whether they will be joining schools in Poland starting September, or they will be continuing Ukrainian education. So there's a lot of uncertainties.
What would you say are the similarities or the differences between the situation of refugee children in Poland and in Greece? How they would differ and how are kind of similar?
Right. I think in terms of similarities, it starts with the same needs that people that flee the war have. And in fact, we are already learning from your experiences, because the research that we are basing our interventions on are the research that's been conducted after 2016 in different European countries, including Greece. So it's the same in the sense that we are trying to respond to certain emotional, certain social, and certain learning needs of the young people. Of course, the scale is different. That's pretty obvious. But I guess the important difference also is cultural and language proximity between Ukraine and Poland. There's 70% of similarities between the language, so it's much easier for the people for the young people to pick up language. It's not to say that they can participate in Polish classroom without language training. It's not possible, but it's much easier. I mean, with 2-3 months of intensive language training, you can pretty much pick up language to an extent that allows you to continue education in a regular classroom. I think from my understanding, what's similar is that teachers have not been really prepared to face the challenge. Principals have not been prepared to face the challenge. Our school system has been homogeneous. Even though we had 60,000 Ukrainian kids studying in Poland before the war, it's still 10% of what we are gonna have. Because if everyone who's in the country now enrolls, 1 in 10 students in the country will be of Ukrainian origin. So that's a huge thing. And another thing that creates tension, I'd say, is that Ukraine, as opposed to, I don't know, Afghanistan or Syria, it has a functioning school system. So a lot of students, a lot of parents as well, would like their kids to remain in the Ukrainian school system, because their plans are to come back as soon as possible. We don't know whether they will be able to implement these plans, because I remember when they came, they said, we're here for a month, we're here for 3 weeks. They are in the country for over 100 days, mostly. No one really knows. Some people came back. That's a considerable number, of course. But no one knows. And I think the parents themselves, they are struggling. They would like to keep their kids in Ukrainian schooling, but we already know it's going to be online only. It's going to be a third year in a row for online schooling for Ukrainian kids because of COVID. So, you know, there's different arguments. So the parents don't know where they're going to send the kids. And of course, we don't know as organizations supporting schools how to prepare schools, because we don't know if we're going to have 100,000 people, so less than now, or 500,000 people, which is 3.1 times more than we have now.
So basically what you are saying is potentially you are facing a start of the school year in the autumn where 10% of the total population in schools will be refugees. It's a huge number.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that your concern is that teachers might not be prepared, because we know Poland has been a quite homogeneous country up to very recently. And even though the cultural differences between Poland and Ukraine are not that far, but still there are. So and then I would like to bring you to what you have seen and talked to teachers here today. And you told me that you have been an inspiration.
Yep.
It's
very much
really,
so, yeah.
and you will have more time during the break.
I will.
to go and talk. But also, do you think that what you have, after seeing some of the schools and also hearing and reading the first chapters of the handbook, would this be something that will be a useful resource for Polish teachers and Polish schools?
Yeah, I think I have to say it's been inspiration from the start. And I had a chance to speak to the representatives of 2 schools, and it's been very impressive. I spoke with a lady there that has managed to get involved 20 out of 25 teachers in the project. That's never happened in a lot of our programs. So that's a lot of good information about how the program was going. But I was also impressed with the presentations today during the plenary session about a community of trainers and community of teachers that are very much committed to making school a better place for everyone. So I remember you spoke in your speech about this access and success. That's I think the start of the introduction. It's very important. It's not about the access only. It's also about opportunities to success. So I'm really thrilled to see this. But in terms of the relevance of this model, I think it is very relevant in a number of ways. In the sense that we spoke earlier today, how it shows how it is not about doing something new, but how it is about doing something differently, doing the stuff that we normally do in schools, but doing it differently, with more attention towards minority groups, for example. It's very interesting for me how you link this up with the civic education, inclusive education, and competences for democratic culture, because that's the concepts that are already present in the school system. So it's always easier for the teachers when they can associate what we speak about with something that is already there in school. Very important how you also have like a way to speak about this model, these activities, as serving all the kids, not only refugee kids, because we already see Polish teachers are really tired when we talk to them about how to teach refugee kids. They want to be focusing on teaching all the kids in their classroom. So there's a lot of inspirations from your side, and also something that's been picked up already today. But this awareness raising part, that's super important for us as well. And in fact, that's the first thing we've done on the first day of the war. Is a webinar for Polish teachers on how to talk about the war with Polish kids, so they understand what's going on. And it's been impressive. We started advertising the webinar 5 hours before it started, and we had 3,000 people participating live, 30,000 people watching this afterwards. So that shows how big the need is on the side of the Polish teachers. And it's super important that you're keeping in mind this awareness raising part and the needs of the Greek children as well, right? Because it's not about changing schools so it only serves refugee kids, so it only serves Ukrainians. It is about making sure that school serves everyone.
And with this, I think this will be our time. I don't have any clue. I could continue talking for a very long time, but I would say that its numbers is a sign. For tomorrow, we are having more than 2,000 persons registered for the webinar. So the need here is also... Oh, sorry. I missed the last 5 hours. 2,600 people have registered for the webinar tomorrow. So there is also a sign that these kind of tools and this kind of capacity building are needed. And with this, I would also like to end with another phrase I got today, I heard today. And it was a head teacher that said, this program gave meaning to what I was already doing. Exactly what you say. Teachers are working on that. We just need to put it closer to this, make them aware of the values and the things they are already working with. It's not new. It's not on top of new things. That's part of what you are supposed to do. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is time for a break. We're 10 minutes behind schedule, which is actually quite impressive. I will ask you to be back here at 6:30. Please be back at 6:30. No, 7:30. 6:30. 6:30. My clock is out of time. Okay, 6:30. So have some drinks, some food, visit the exhibitions, and I will see you back here.
I can't I can't stay.
I had some. Thank you. The group one. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, we should have. No, of course not. Okay, I think we need to start because we're running quite behind schedule. Sorry. So please find your seats. And this is the part where we will hear more about the specific actions that the schools have been working on. But before I introduce the two other trainers in our expert team, I wanted to introduce two other members of our Greek team. Very important, but I'm not sure actually they're here. Dora and Daphne, are you here? They're outside. Daphne, okay. Is Dora, could you bring Dora into the room, please? Yeah. Okay. So maybe actually we will start with, no, we will wait. Okay. We'll wait for another 30 seconds. Okay, so as I said earlier, we are completely dependent on people here in Greece overseeing, implementing the work. And we have two other members of our team in Greece, the coordinator, Dora Katsamori, and communication advisor, Daphne Anesti. Now, without further ado, I will leave the stage to Ida Putamusi, one of our other expert trainers.
Γεια σας. Ακούγομαι καλά. Ωραία. Είναι η δύσκολη στιγμή μετά το γεύμα.
So it's a difficult rather moment after the lunch break. So what do we do? Those in experimental learning and training. So please raise your hands, the ones who have a certain relationship of the program. They're trainers. So raise your hands, the trainers, please. Oh, great. Now let's raise our hands, those who are expert trainers. Great, thank you. Now raise our hands, those who come from a school, who is a professor, director of school, and is related to the program. Look around you. Hands if you're children, if you're students who participate in the program. Let's see our children, students. Great, great. It's beautiful. We have refugee children. So people who come from another country related to the program. Norway, Poland, I don't know. Great. Anyone else who attends the event who just here to learn and know about the program? So welcome back after the coffee break. See that I'm not that tall, right? How should I put it? Vertically challenged. So I guess you all saw the exposition. So if not, see the work of our galleries. Magnificent things took actually place in different schools. But sometimes when we plan some of these things, we had to change things, but they were still magnificent. But let's see how we arrived at today's event. Everything started from an idea. The idea was that actions should take place according to the dynamism of each school, according to the number of students, of children, numbers of associations, the place, challenges at each location, issues. Can you hear me? Okay. Tip. And in order to have these inclusive activities, schools should be related to what their scope is. And of course, each school is special. So in other words, what can we do for any given school if it is not something dedicated to its own needs? So in our first introduction with schools, we want essentially to train people in the methodology. In other words, to learn their collaborator, in other words, a trainer, whose work was to support each school in the process. And finally, schools created an action plan. You heard a lot about the action plan, I guess, previously. And each action plan had the same form at the beginning, but afterwards it became unique for every school. So let's raise our hands, schools who had the initial action plan, and then they had to transform the action plan. They had to adapt, change, insert things. So it was your own project. In other words, you managed to tailor-made the action plan itself. So it is a kind of ladder, a scaffolding where we have an initial understanding and perception, where we try to identify the strong points of each school, especially as far as inclusion of refugee children is concerned. Then we identify challenges, what have been done up to now related to various things. Some schools started from scratch, some others had already some plans in place as far as refugee children and their integration is concerned. Then we follow indicators regarding to our three pillars. School management, where do we stand, for example? And what is important for these indicators, they manage to explain behaviors. We can understand what we're actually talking about. Second pillar, third pillar, learning, teaching, and of course, collaboration with civil society, in other words, parents, schools, so PTAs. Our objective is not to perform excellently or to have negative results, but what we want internally as school, as PTA, as association, to identify our strong points that we need to capitalize on and what are the challenges that we should actually address. In other words, where we need to perform better. So we try to interpret all these things into a concrete vision and, of course, in a way to address a certain challenge. Afterwards, let's see the steps. Steps should be very concrete. And we should start to see what are the different objectives that will serve this particular scope. What are the activities? What are the different steps? So we should get the approval of the PTA, for example. This is something that if we do record, we should see that who's going to do that? Who is responsible for any given step? And afterwards, how can we see whether this was implemented? How, now, in other words, we're going to assess. I do know that we are afraid of the word assessment, but still, in this action plan, we should set objectives and see, did I manage to achieve these objectives? So I need to be able to draft these things and write them down. And then I have a schedule for the school. In other words, we should see what we're going to do as a school. We are accountable. And this is an accountability that is going to be shared with other people. This is how we have learned to work, right? Then, what are the different obstacles and problems that we might face? Once again, we refer to the action plans of previous years. Last year, we had, of course, COVID. So, what am I going to do if there is a lockdown? How am I going to face these things? Or if not all people participate? So, if there are some steps forward, well, this indeed might help resolve a problem, but at least it can help me understand what am I aiming at. What are the resources? What are the tools I'm going to utilize? Do I need any financial resources? And where can I find this amount of money, let's say? And then afterwards, how can we understand this perception? How are we going to disseminate the outcomes? And these action plans cannot take place from one day to another. If we don't know how these things work, maybe it is something that we feel is, let's say, quite complex. But if you work with this project, well, you understand that it's a valuable tool and that you needed one program, 4 trainers per school, and then each school that has its own action plan. It is something that is it in its own hands. So, in other words, we want to help schools emancipate. And of course, this is amazing because things have taken place. So let us try to see together another thing of what schools have actually accomplished up to now.
Ήταν τόσο συγκινητικό.
It was very touching to be able to collect all of this material, which is just, just 1% of what we've been doing. The rest you can see it outside in this gallery, let's say. So the only thing that I do have to say that is a true pleasure and honor to be able to participate in this project. And if we have managed to mobilize one of two things or engage one or two people, I'm really touched. Honestly, I'm really touched, and I hope that you are conscious of what you have been doing. It's Monday, we're all the schools, and we're here this afternoon, huh? So congratulations.
Hello, yes. Last but not least, our fourth expert trainer, Geli Aroni, who will talk about schools and community links, a very important connection in this project as we address the schools as part of the local community. Geli, the floor is yours.
Είναι μεγάλη
It is a great pleasure, it is a great honor to stand here. And they have actually kept me for the last bit because I started at the Ministry of Education in 1998 to work with refugees and migrants in a beautiful intercultural school where I stayed until 2016 when I was honored uh, with the task to create the department for the migrant and refugee education. And I served there with great pleasure, and I was very sad to have to leave that. But there was a new baby. In 2020 February, in the Ministry of Migration, we created the special secretariat for unaccompanied minor refugees. So I would like to congratulate a part of the educators who I feel are my own people. So they're the reason why 16,000 children enrolled in Greek schools. These are two categories of people who care for the children, they read with them, they do their homework with them, and they are the refugee education coordinators. And the educators who work in hospices and in the apartments of unaccompanied minors. These are the people who, if they were not there, there wouldn't be any follow-up for your pupils, because the children leave your school, but they have nobody at home. They leave and there's no one who will help them gather the books and do their homeworks if they don't have these people. They are the ones who have no specific program, because schools close. We never close. And when there's a problem, when Vasilis calls me, or Mara, or Penny calls me, or Peppy, we know that we can't say I'm off work right now because this child has been taken ill or they need something. So they're the ones ensuring continuity in their lives. And if integration has the elements that Hesti outlined, accessibility and success, well, without them there can be no success and no integration, because school is only a small part of the life of these children. This school belongs in a neighborhood, and this neighborhood belongs in a municipality. And if we don't work with everyone involved, well, then we cannot achieve integration. There's still communities where they beat up our children. There's still events where they wait for them outside the schoolyard to beat them up and to bully them. So if there were not these people 24/7, 360 days a year, we wouldn't have safe and sound children to send to your schools. And there's a lot to do. But one thing that makes me very proud with this project is the community links, the extrovert element. And we've been talking about it in theory, but you know how close we are and how we have phobias when it comes. So I had to really say that these children live in NGOs. People actually are very suspicious. Yeah, but these are the organizations that safeguard our children, and they have all types of people, good, bad, appropriate, inappropriate. So that's why I wanted to be the last one to speak, because I want to close with this extrovert element of schools. And since I knew that our theater educator will actually move you, and I knew that Titas and Zen will have given all the figures and facts, I will add the last part of the puzzle, the last piece of the puzzle. And I would like to ask Jota to join me, and Magdalene, Dimitris and Aliki. Please join me, and it will be a bit different than the others before me.
Μαζί μας λοιπόν
So with us, we have Yota and Magdaleni from the trainers. Aliki and Dimitris are from the director of the schools, with the headmasters of the schools that they work, the administration of the schools they worked. So I would like to start right away, initially, Aliki and Dimitris, to tell me what it means for you being extrovert. I know in my head what it is and what I would like to see, but what does that mean for a school to be open to the community? Can you hear me? Yes, well, I would like to start not by saying that, but reverse. So, Gelly touched upon an issue that to me is very important, and that is the issue of the educator. And we know that because most of the people here, this is what we do, and this is actually a profession that has been undermined, and this is actually the only necessary element of the program. And we'll start by saying about our school that very often, and this is what I realized, not because I can't speak, but I understand. I mean, I feel that, okay, let me find my rhythm, says the speaker. What takes place between a pupil and a teacher and a professor cannot be transposed. We cannot actually show you through photos or videos or narrations. This experience, the spiritual, mental link cannot be conveyed to someone else because it's something very private that cannot be explained. So allow me to say that my school managed, thanks to its being extrovert, and I saw that because the children who were included in the class, the refugee class, well, they changed because they started playing, they participated in activities, they were interested in getting better at school, and I said yes. Well, we did manage something, and why? Well, we managed that because these children moved from being actually invisible, sitting in a classroom and listening to great which meant nothing, and don't speak. Be quiet, because that was back then, at the beginning, what was required of them. Now, I'll give the floor to Aliki, and I want her to talk to us about being an extrovert and being open, because I understand what takes place in a school, but I don't see the extrovert element. Why do you need someone else, and who is that? Okay, so, well, it's a way to leave our own box, and as interesting or nice as it may be, we have to see how others do things, and that brings about in the school many things. For example, there's you have to recognize what people mean when they say "I don't know" or "I want to learn," and we have to understand what the outside world offers. This is a bridge to society. So, becoming more extrovert meant, for example, to be part of this project. We were one of the first schools who welcomed refugees. So, to look outside through another point of view, well, to me, that was a beginning, a very important beginning. You learn. This is a way to learn, a different way to learn. Jota, from whom do you learn? Because I still don't have my answer. You understand? Well, Dimitris is very moved, and I have to say that he was like that during the final event, and it actually showed that with multidisciplinary cooperations and collaborations, we proved how we managed to create bridges to the community, to international institutions, to other institutions, and they were brought inside the schools. NGOs were brought inside the schools, and they all worked together to benefit the children. And they required the municipality to make the children visible from being invisible. I don't want these children to feel like they are traumatized to feel that they are strong like all the other children at their age. And I would like to tell you, very characteristically, during a meeting, I found this. During a visit, I found these children having their own musical instruments, and they work with the locals, and they were talking about what they will do the afternoon and how the teacher should help them for the benefit. So that was the NGO teacher that was brought in, and he was working with them. And I mean, they were open with all the teacher at school. Magdalene, your experience at the second EPAL in Egaleo actually added another element to this extrovert element, because you created some other type of networks apart from the municipalities and NGOs and international institutions. Would you like to talk about that? Yes, indeed. So, how we experienced this extrovert element in the second EPAL, because I'm not a theologian, I'm a mathematician. So we had to see how one, two, and two will make five. So we couldn't work without Fanny Lazarek, for example, because if this is what being extrovert means, you have your Maria and Vaso from our school and others from the first EPAL. The school I'm talking about is the other school that they used to be together, and they hadn't met each other. So we met Pelagia, Jota. Penny was a very important element from the other structures. And when the second EPAL opened and you become more extrovert, what you do is to get ideas and find out your own strengths and the role that people play on how they work together in both EPAL. And remember that, for example, the psychologist is in Enegil Egalo. These are the special professional high schools. So you want to work with them, and you find out that there's another whole wealth of experiences, meaning that there is a huge community of knowledge and education. These schools work very close one to another, but the refugee pupils through School for All managed to, open the wings of all these schools, and they worked together. And it was the pupils, the students, and since you didn't say it, so it was the students that actually taught in new experiences. So these were 3 school units that had new roles. So if that doesn't make us for an extrovert community, well, I don't know what would be. So because there are many problems, so that's how schools solve this problem. Thank you very much, Dimitris. We all understand from what you said how the refugee students are supported through your cooperation with other institutions and other schools in order to acquire skills, knowledge, etc. Now, the school itself, the teachers, the children, Greek children, local children, what do they have to gain from this extrovert element? Well, I didn't say with how many institutions we'll work with, but I have to say the following thing. As a headmaster, I understood that if I want to support a vulnerable child, our mistake is that we see that in one dimension. We see that child as a student, as a pupil, and we tend to ignore his CV, everything that has happened in his life. We don't know what explains when they go at home, whether they have parents, if they're hungry, if they eat 3 square meals a day, if they have any money. And that's where I decided I'm not a superhero. I cannot face all these elements. These are multifaceted, they are global, and indeed I need the assistance of specialized institutions. When I convinced myself, I convinced the others as well, the teachers, because we knew that once they leave our school, we weren't worrying whether they were kidnapped or whether they had to eat or anything. So the UNHCR, well, of course, the issue of training well, I couldn't train others because I don't know what takes place, what are the legal issues. But the UNHCR came to our school. They informed the PTA, the students, the teachers, money. There were days where the children didn't have anything to eat because the amount, the subsidy that was to be given to the families who welcomed them didn't know that. So the PTA said that we will actually allocate that amount of money. So every day, 5 out of 12 children that were receiving breakfast. I'm not saying that to just bless myself, to say that I teach Greek as a foreign language and I have an experience from other programs and projects like the education of Muslim children. And I would like to say that thanks to this project, we understood that this is different because it doesn't focus in one element. We're not only providing educational support, because if you only give that, well, you cannot achieve good results. You have to see them in a holistic way. So after the issues with money and subsidies, what we had to see how we could help the children succeed in their scholarity. And I also taught these children voluntarily. The first month, well, this is what they kept them at school because they came outside and said, "Teach a lesson today, teach a lesson." And there were times that I was bored. I mean, I was fed up, and I said, "No, Dimitri, you have to teach them for 1 or 2 hours at least." Allow me to add here. Aleki, could you tell us what the community has to gain if the children and the students clearly get some added value from these synergies? But the community, what do they have to win from that? The neighborhood, why should they welcome them? Does the municipality have to open their arms? Well, the neighborhood and the community see actually, well, we're in a professional high school, so they see the future professionals. I mean, and this is a vocational school, and this is important for them. And they also see the present and the future through a school action and project. They recognize refugee children like a future professional, and they get to meet them and accept them in a better way. And I think the same goes for the children. I mean, they belong in a structured framework, and this is how they get to know the community. And we saw that when you visit with a group of students and have an educational action, well, as a group, you work differently. They don't see me anymore like the teacher and professor who are a bit, far off. So we represent the schools. When the refugees represent the school along with others, it's a new identity. They feel that they belong, and this gives them a sense of safety and security. And we enjoyed that. And I think that the community, seeing them as part of a school, accepts them differently. And this is what they should do. And please, Gelmi, allow me to add that a society can't change when a student lives in a protected environment, which is a school, and outside there's hell. I mean, there's chaos. Children outside the school have to change. But when the teachers change, and we're actually quite resilient to change, but when they believe in change, they are champions for this change. Well, allow me to say here that in the last research, it was proven that the least sensitive, the least aware sector are doctors and not teachers, and it made me feel better for teachers. So, Magdalena Yoda, since we don't have much time, please add just one more sentence. What I want to say is that society and community, they find out, they get to know all the students, because integration is not only about refugees. School classrooms have many different pupils, so schools open again and they welcome every single pupil, and that's the most important element. And allow me to say that the link with community actually improved. It was a pillar that improved all other pillars. So what we call school culture, school experience, they they were able to enrich their elements from, for example, Solidarity Now, an NGO. And what Dimitri said, that he actually submitted his demand with other teachers. Also, multi-language in performance. So, and the people, the local children, well, also learned other things. We saw, and the children, the refugees, had their languages, they saw their identity text translated. And Greek children read out identity texts that had been translated. And since we're talking about a society that is building bridges, I would say that the first middle school from Abelokipi did precisely that. I mean, they still kind keep working with these people. I want you to say that. So please allow me to close this session with one wish. When we leave, don't let the children be. Because we'll leave, the project is completed, but the children will be there, and they're in your hands now. And it's up to you to help them, because otherwise, nothing will be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next people on stage are us. Oh, thank you. As you see from our promotional material, it says that this project would end in the school year 2022. But we are very excited to say that we have been granted an extension, so we will continue working until June next year to involve more schools, more teachers, more local community representatives. And this is I'm very proud, and it's due to a very good application, but of course it's due to the results that we have from all the work that you have done and the experience that we have gained for these last 3 years. We will still train teachers and school directors. We will make the handbook available to schools throughout Greece. And importantly, we will focus even more on cooperation between schools, between local community actors, and sharing of experiences in regions receiving refugees. And the details of the project or the extension, I will leave the floor to Angelos to explain.
Κοιτάξτε, τι θα κάνουμε. Δεν θα επαναλάβουμε μία ακόμα χρονιά.
But we're not going to repeat another year as we did previously, because we have acquired an experience that we urgently need to apply. So the idea is the following. We shall try to create some local school networks. In other words, in each network where we have some local schools, we shall have old schools and new schools, which will be integrated. Our old schools will share their experience and will be the mentors for new schools. So in this framework, in these localities, in these entities, we shall create, as I said, a network. Now, there are two new elements which emanate from our experience and a certain, if I dare to say, audacity. First thing is that this type of networking, we want to take place in a school's daily activities. In other words, in any given network of schools, team of schools, are going to be a representative from each school, which will be designated by the school itself. So we're going to have a team which shall collaborate to see what's going to happen in different schools. The second thing is, and this is when I talk about some new things, is that we shall also involve students. So, in other words, in each school, we will have a collaboration between the director, two trainers, three students, and of course, parents. And of course, students, pupils, will not be pre-selected, but they will be elected via a process from the school council. In other words, you see this interdisciplinary, let's say, in a multidimensional approach. Schools, old and new, each school will have its own team of people which will do things. Then schools will have their own representative who will discuss and debate via the means that we discussed previously. We won't have an action plan as we had previously, but we shall have a new action plan which shall respond to the needs that schools will dictate. In other words, needs that they shall identify, and we shall all then participate in a, let's say, feast, a party for refugees on April. So that is the action plan, and I'm not going to disclose any other details of this new magic thing. Now, you already heard about the 31 main activities. These 31 main activities, we shall utilize them in online training opportunities where new schools shall participate, and based on this handbook, we shall learn, apply, discuss, assess, continue, provide feedback, re-see things, do things once again. So there's going to be a set of online training based on the handbook where books and all other interested parties can actively be involved. That's all, these two legs of our future. I have
There is a break, but I think before we take the break, it would be very nice to have the representatives of the schools for a group photo. I don't know where will it be? Outside, okay. So okay, outside. So if the representatives of the schools can wait just outside the entrance to here? Yes, and you have to also take down the exhibition posters unless you have time after, but you might not have time after. And we try to meet back here at 8 for the graduation ceremony. Thank you. Sorry, we will try to have one photo from here, just of all the audience. If you please just wait for 30 seconds.
Λοιπόν, δεν ξέρω αν ακούτε. Αυτό που θα κάνουμε τώρα είναι να πάμε λίγο έξω, να βγάλουμε μια ομαδική φωτογραφία και τα σχολεία να πάρουν και τα post.
We're going outside for a group photo. It's a moment for you to pick up your posters, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Απ' τα χώματα της δικής μου πατρίδας που με πόνεσαι, μάτωσε κάθε ίχνος ελπίδας. Κι όμως θυμάμαι, ποτέ δεν ξεχνάω εκείνες τις στράτες τις παιδικές. Μες στους διαδρόμους του μου ξενυχτάω, αναπολώντας τις Κυριακές. Η καρδιά μου τα όνειρα έχουν μείνει πια πίσω. Τους γονείς μου, τους φίλους μου, τη ζωή μου να αφήσω. Κι όμως θυμάμαι, ποτέ δεν ξεχνάω, κι όμως προσμένω το γυρισμό. Πνεύουν στα μάτια μου οι αναμνήσεις, γι' αυτές υπάρχω, γι' αυτές μόνο ζω. Γι' αυτές υπάρχω, γι' αυτές μόνο ζω. You're not alone.
Δεν είσαι μόνος.
Σταμάτα.
Όπως την πάει η καρδιά μου ασταμάτητα. Πρέπει να φεύγω από όπου πάω αξιμέρωτα. Πότε από τον πόλεμο, πότε από τον πάνικο. Μοναδικό προορισμό έχω τον αγύριστο. Δεν νιώθω ούτε φόβο ούτε πόνο τώρα πια. Έχουν παγώσει μέσα μου βαθιά τα σώθηκα. Γύρευω μόνο ένα μέρος να ξεκούραστο. Και μη με ρώτε τι θα φύγω πριν απόλευτο.
Σταμάτα.
Απ' τα στρατόπεδα, τις τρόπες και στα σύνορα. Χωρίς χαρτιά, χωρίς λεφτά, χωρίς υπάρχοντα. Προβλήματα, πολυτελεία, ξεφορτώθηκα. Δεν έχω χώρο ούτε καν για τα απαραίτητα. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αν μας ζωρίσεις, κάτι θα κερδίσεις. Θα δεις με άλλο μάτι τη ζωή. Ξένος παντού και δυστυχώς έχω παρέα. Άλλοι μονότες, άλλους θα έρθουν τα μοιραία. Δεν έχουν χρόνο για φιλίες και για σχέδια. Τη σταθερότητα βάζω προτεραιότητα. Σ' αλλάζει σκέφη, αλλά θέα όλο διασχίζω. Δεν προλαβαίνω να σε αποχαιρετήσω. Δεν σου κρατάω κακία που δεν με χαιρετάς. Ξέρω πως έμαθες τα εύκολα να πρότυπας. Δεν θα μ' ακούσεις να γκρινιάζω, να φωνάζω. Μόναχα από μακριά θα σε κοιτάζω. Να σου θυμίζω να μη σκάς για μικροπράγματα. Και πως τα πράγματα φτιάχνονται από τραύματα. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αν μας ζωρίσεις, κάτι θα κερδίσεις. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αν μας ζωρίσεις, κάτι θα κερδίσεις. Δεν είσαι μόνος.
You're not alone.
είσαι μόνος.
Σταμάτα, σταμάτα.
Όπως την πάει η καρδιά μου ασταμάτητα. Πρέπει να φεύγω από που πάω αξιμέρωτα. Πότε από τον πόλεμο, πότε από τον πάνικο. Μοναδικό προορισμό έχω τον αγύριστο. Δεν νιώθω ούτε φόβο ούτε πόνο τώρα πια. Έχουν παγώσει μέσα μου βαθιά τα σώθηκα. Γύρευω μόνο ένα μέρος να ξεκούραστο. Και μη με ρώτευτης θα φύγω πριν αβόλευτο.
Σταμάτα, σταμάτα.
Απ' τα στρατόπεδα, τις τρόπες και στα σύνορα. Χωρίς χαρτιά, χωρίς λεφτά, χωρίς υπάρχοντα. Προβλήματα, πολυτελεία, ξεφορτώθηκα. Δεν έχω χώρο ούτε καν για τα παρόντα. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αν μας ζωρίσεις, κάτι θα κερδίσεις.
Θα δεις με άλλο μάτι τη ζωή.
Ξένος παντού και δυστυχώς έχω παρέα. Άλλοι μονότες, άλλους θα έρθουν τα μοιραία. Δεν έχω χρόνο για φιλίες και για σχέδια. Τη σταθερότητα βάζω προτεραιότητα. Θάλασσες σκέφτουν, αλλά θέα λόγια σχίζουν. Δεν προλαβαίνω να σε αποχαιρετήσω. Δεν σου κρατάω κακία που δεν με χαιρετάς. Ξέρω πως έμαθες τα εύκολα να πρότιμας. Δεν θα μ' ακούσεις να γκρινιάζω, να φωνάζω. Μόναχα από μακριά θα σε κοιτάζω. Να σου θυμίζω να μη σκάς για μικροπράγματα. Και πως τα πράγματα φτιάχνονται από τραύματα. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αν μας ζωρίσεις, κάτι θα κερδίσεις. Δεν είσαι μόνος, είμαστε όλοι πρόσφυγες. Αόρατη, περαστική, μοναχική, μοναδική. Δεν είσαι μόνος.
قالوا لي أنت بخير فمن أنا وأنا الذي أصبحت لا أميز الحزن من الهنا.
Εγώ είσαι καλά και είμαι εγώ. Εγώ είμαι αυτή που δεν αναγνωρίζει την πλήξη του χαρά.
أردت الكتابة وقلمي مكبل بسلاسل. سألت نفسي كم لي بالحياة متوسلة.
Ήθελα να μάθω τη γραφή, όμως το πολύβιο ήταν δεν με αρρωστήρι. Αναρωτήθηκα πως και εγώ ακόμα θα συνεχίσω να ζω έτσι.
فبكت عيني بكاء الغيوم إذا اعتلى. أبيت الحياة حرا فأصبحت قاتلة.
Και έκλειψα τα μάτια μου, όπως λένε, τα σύννεφα των μαζεύων. Ήθελα να ζήσω μια ζωή ελευθερίας, αλλά έζησα στην πόλη.
رسمت الحياة بالحجر فأبكيت السائلة. سرحت عيوني بالنظر بروح مكبلة.
Και ζωγράφισα τη ζωή μου στις πέτρες και έκλειψα τη μοιρά. Και τα μάτια μου δάκρυσαν τόσο πολύ που έχασα την όρασή τους, σαν την εκλογισμένη μου ψυχή.
أردت العيون تراها فاختفت في الملا. كتبت عما أراه فما من قرئة.
Ήθελα τα μάτια μου να την δουν, να εξαφανίσετε από αυτά. Έγραψα αυτά που βλέπω, παρόλο που δεν ξέρω να γράφω.
قرأت لمن لا يرى فما مني مصغية. ويقول لي أنت بخير وبعد هذا من أنا.
Και έγραψα για αυτούς που βλέπουν και δεν μπορούν να ακούσουν. Και μου λένε παρόλα αυτά, είστε καλά. Και ξαναρωτώ, ποια είμαι εγώ.
Ψηλός ή λεπτός, ψηλός ή κοντός, μαύρος ή λευκός, όλοι είμαστε το ίδιο.
Μέσα στο σχολείο, κολύγιο βιβλίο, κοροϊδεύεις κάποιον που είναι το αστείο.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
هذه شخصيتي هذه طاقتي لماذا؟ لأنني مختلف.
Στο σχολείο ερχόμαστε για τα ιδανικά, όχι για διαμάχες μέσα στα παιδιά.
Δεν είναι πλυντήριο τα χρώματα να αλλάξεις, άσπρη, μαύρη, ολιστική διατάξη.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
ये मेरी खूबसूरती है, ये मेरी पावर है, क्योंकि मैं सबसे अलग हूँ।
Δεν έχει σημασία η γλώσσα και η θρησκεία όταν είσαι στη δικιά μας ηλικία.
Χριστιανισμός, Ινδουισμός, τι πάει να πει θρησκεία, βουδισμός, ταοισμός, πείτε μας κυρία.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
Εδώ τζουνιόμεν, εδώ χεζόμεν, βούτσι αμακή εκμήνες.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
این زیبایی منه، این قوت منه، چرا؟ چون من متفاوتم.
Ήμουν πρώτη γυμνασίου και μισούσα το σχολείο.
Ήμουν ήσυχο παιδί, είχα λίγη καταγωγή και ζωή λίγο διαφορετική.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
ياس مقبولين ما ياس قلبي بودن ما چرا که با ما متفاوت هستم.
Για να πας σχολείο δεν υπάρχει ηλικία. Για να πας σχολείο είναι μία ευκαιρία.
Οι καθηγητές έμειναν με απορία, πόσο καλός έγινα μέσα στην πορεία.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
Aiós te bukur, aiós forța είμαι, ψε μια μεντρούσον.
Έχω ένα φίλο, είναι πολύ καλός, τελικά δεν είναι τόσο διαφορετικός.
Όσα κι αν μας χωρίζουν σε αυτή την κοινωνία, πρέπει να έχουμε όλη επικοινωνία.
Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός. Αυτή είναι η ομορφιά μου, αυτή είναι η δύναμή μου, γιατί είμαι διαφορετικός.
قالوا لي أنت بخير فمن أردت الكتابة وقلمي مكبل بسلاسل سألت نفسي كم لي بالحياة متوسلة.
Ήθελα να μάθω τη γραφή, όμως το μολύβι μου ήταν δεμένο με αλυσίδες. Αναρωτήθηκα πόσο καιρό ακόμα θα συνεχίσω να ζω έτσι.
فبكت عيني بكاء الغيوم إذا اعتلى أبيت الحياة حرا فأصبحت قاتلة.
Και έκλειψαν τα μάτια μου, όπως κλαίνε, τα σύννεφα των μαζεύονται. Ευχήθηκα να ζήσω μια ζωή ελευθερίας, αλλά έζησα μια ζωή στον πόλεμο.
رسمت الحياة بالحجر فأبكيت السائلة سرحت عيوني بالنظر بروحي المكبلة.
Και ζωγράφισα τη ζωή μου στις πέτρες και έκλεψα τη μοίρά. και τα μάτια μου δάκρυσαν τόσο πολύ που έχασαν την όρασή τους, σαν την εγκλωβισμένη μου ψυχή.
أردت العيون تراها فاختفت في الملا كتبت عما أراه فما من قارئ.
Ήθελα τα μάτια μου να την δουν, να εξαφανίστηκε από αυτά. Έγραψα αυτά που βλέπω, παρόλο που δεν ξέρω να γράφω.
قرأت لمن لا يرى فما مني مصغية ويقول لي أنت بخير وبعد هذا من أنا.
Και έγραψα για αυτούς που βλέπουν και δεν μπορούν να ακούσουν. Και μου λένε παρόλα αυτά, είσαι καλά. Και ξαναρωτώ, ποια είμαι εγώ.
Where, can you see where no. Sorry? But it's so ugly if it's here. But I can try. Okay, so we are getting close to the absolute final part of this conference, which in a way should be the first, because it's the really appreciation of the work that the schools have done. And we have a diploma for each school. But before we start calling the schools, sorry. I would like to thank the technicians that have been with us today and have done an amazing job. We are streaming, we have interpretation, we have online contributions. It's not an easy job, but I think they've managed extremely well, so thank you. We will call each school, so if you please, with the representatives that are here, come up. They will be called in Greek by Dora, so yes.
Ναι, ναι, τέλεια, τέλεια.
So perfect. We will be calling the schools and we'll wait for the representatives to come and get their accreditation. So first, the Palo Vegaleo. First Vocational High School of Vegaleo, please come for your certificate.
Τέλεια.
Congratulations.
Perfect.
Peach and chocolate. Would you like to say something? No? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Τέλεια. Αυτό νομίζω δεν είναι.
Mytilene High School.
Συγχαρητήρια. Ευχαριστούμε.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for coming here today. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που ήρθατε. Δεν ξέρετε τι σημαίνει αυτό το πράγμα για μένα.
Thank you so much for coming here. You have no idea what that means to me, that I lived all that. I was a refugee in these classes.
Ευχαριστούμε. Και ας μείνουμε στο νησί και να έρθει το έκτο.
And now let's invite the 6th middle school of Mytilene.
Και να ετοιμάζετε το δεύτερο γυμνάσιο.
And the second middle school of Trikala, please get ready to join us here. Congratulations, thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ όλους και όλες.
We would like to thank everyone for the opportunity they gave to our school to participate in this program. On behalf of the headmaster, a big thank you, and on behalf of the colleagues from the EP at our school, we all work together in order to implement the action plan as best as we could. So thank you again and have a great summer.
Και το δεύτερο γυμνάσιο Τρικάλη.
Second middle school, second gymnasium from Trikala. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Just a big thank you. The second middle school from Trikala.
Το 11ο γυμνάσιο Νίκαιας.
11th middle school of Nikea.
Συγχαρητήρια. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Congratulations and thank you. Thank you very much. We are a school that is multicultural and we integrate pupils, and we want other schools to become like our school, and this is why I wanted to participate. I would like to add that the experience is unique and it doesn't stop here. It is innovative, unique, and I hope that everyone will keep working like that. Thank you.
Το τρίτο γενικό λύκειο Νέα.
Third General High School of Nea Philadelphia.
Τέλεια. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
We'd like to thank you, and we hope that we'll keep working together And a big thank you to our angel, our trainer, Mrs. Dimitrouka. Thank you very much. First, Middle School of Kesariani. Thank you.
Το 41ο Γυμνάσιο Αθήνας.
40th Athens Middle School.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you.
Έκτο Γυμνάσιο Σερών.
The 6th Middle School from Ceres.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ όλους. Πρώτο Γενικό Λύκειο Κιλκής.
First General High School from Kilkis.
Από τα στρατόπεδα της τρόπες και τα σύνορα. Χωρίς χαρτιά, χωρίς λεφτά, χωρίς...
Νιώθω χαρά και αισιοδοξία που υπάρχουν τόσοι...
I feel so optimistic to see that there are so many people working for a better school and a better future. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to our school, and many thanks to Anna Maria who helped us. Let's say that Kilkis is not only away from Athens, but we have also, unfortunately, 13.5% of extreme right voters, so it was a great work. The first high school of Avlonas.
Τα παραλάβει η Εύα μας για το
So Eva is the one accepting the certificate for the school. The second middle school of Igoumenitsa.
Δεν σου κρατάω κακία που δεν με χαίρετας. Ξέρω πως έμαθες τα εύκολα να πρότιμας.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που ήρθατε.
Thank you so much for coming.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
We thank you. Participating in the project, our participation in the project started when we realized that from a place where we're trying to send people away, we can actually welcome people and help them realize their dreams. Thank you very much. The second middle school of Kavala. Kavala, where are you?
Ελάτε, σας περιμένουμε.
We're waiting for you. Join us.
Το έβδομο. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you. High School of Intercultural Education of Evosmos in Thessaloniki, in the north of Greece. Thank you very much. The program was an excellent opportunity for us to be able to frame our efforts and our initiatives. Of course, everything was not that easy. Still, thank you very much. Let's continue in the same inclusive path. Such a project will still have even better results if it is combined with the safeguard to be able to function these classes right from day one for these students. Thank you very much. Second, Epal Ofegaleo. Thank you very much. We learned so much from you. And truly we need to thank Magdalena Cagliari, our trainer. She's a source of inspiration. It was a great pleasure to be able to work with her. As far as the program is concerned, truly you gave us so much. Thank you very much. And we expect even greater collaboration. Thank you, thank you, thank you deeply. The best lesson of my life. Have a great summer. First experimental school of Chalkida in the island of Evia. Okay, we don't have any representative, but still. Oh, she's here, great. Thank you so much. High School of Corinthos in the Peloponnese. Bye-bye. Thank you. I would kindly wish to thank our head trainer in Rizona, Miss Pepi Papadimitriou. She was very supportive. And our trainer, Dimitra, thank you. Fifth High School of Katerini in the north of Greece. Lina, thank you, Lina. High School of Drosιά. Perfect. The only thing I want to say is that today I felt quite ambitious. We need hope, all of us. So it is very important what we are having here because it provides pleasure not just to people, also to students, to everyone. Thank you. Thank you. So let's go to Kavala, 6th High School of Kavala. Thank you for your noble work. I hope that we can continue all help and provide such wishful messages full of hope. Second High School of Kavala. Where is Kavala? Congratulations. We expect the continuation of the program. Thank you. Third EPAL of Halandriou, Technical High School of Halandri in Athens. So now let's invite Second High School of Samos, Island of Samos. We are truly, truly happy and touched where we in Samos, we have received a great number of refugees. Things are very difficult, people with great difficulties who have suffered, and we have implemented actions that this year, when stood via this program, that these actions, all of these years, helped us get into a new path. I wish to thank Ms. Melina Papageorgiou for the linear collaboration we had. I wish to thank Ms. Papadopoulou, Meropi Papadopoulou, Vice Director, and Ms. Maria Vouliouka, who is a professor at the high school. And I'm truly honored for that because all of our students, all of our active students, have finished their studies. They have graduated. That's excellent. Thank you very much. Fifth High School of Abelokipi, Odysseus Elitis. First, I'm sorry, high school, says the speaker. Both high schools are together, first and fifth. I wish to thank, of course, our trainers, my trainer, Yota. And of course, I guess that engagement and awareness is the only path to go. And allow me to say that all of us are refugees at the School of Life. And now I'd like to thank the first nocturnal school of Agios Dimitrios, evening school of Agios Dimitrios. Thank you very much for this opportunity on behalf of the school and Ms. Cascadare, who was with us, and we're truly to participate in further actions. Thank you. Let's go to Thessaloniki, northern Greece, 9th High School of Kalamaria. Congratulations. It was an opportunity to be able to get together via these activities. I was truly happy about that. The fact that we managed to coexist, to help collaborate with other instructors and, of course, trainers. Thank you. High School of Neochorion.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους.
I wish to thank all of our colleagues, my trainer, Ms. Mazzaridou, who is taking us a great photo right now, to be honest. And allow me to say that we, as a small HSS school, we have 90 students, we have 20 refugees, and our actions, of course, shall continue. Thank you. Third High School of Egaleo. Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all.
Θα θέλαμε να έρθει το τρίτο Γενικό Λύκειο Καβάλας.
Third General High School of Kavala in the north of Greece. Warm congratulations. From a city that 100 years ago, it was a city hosting refugees and received a large number of refugees from northern islands of Greece. Via the program, we were offered the opportunity to remember how important it is to be humans, to be human beings, to be human beings. So inclusion is a choice. Thank you. Now, 6th High School of Drama. City of Drama? No? Can we have their trainer here? Okay, Iro is taking a word on behalf of Drama School. 26th General School of Athens, General High School of Athens. Thank you. First High School of Drama. Congratulations. First of all, wish to thank the program itself. And as we managed to do all these things with all the difficulties we had, well, I guess that all of us can actually do the best. And of course, we need to thank Irini Marna, Otherwise, without her support, we wouldn't be able to do all these things. Thank you. Thank you. Third High School of Nea Philadelphia in Athens. We wish to thank, of course, the project. Congratulations to all schools. Your presence, your input was a true landmark of hope, a beacon of hope, and we shall continue in the same way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Second High School of Lamia. Thank you very much. I wish to thank all the people who worked for this project, the great experiences we all gathered. We are happy that we were part of this team. And of course, our trainer, Stefanos. Thank you. Let's now invite the Intercultural High School of Evosmos. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to Serbia, General High School of Serbia. Thank you. Thank you very much on behalf of the Association of Instructors and the local community. The project gave us the appropriate, let's say, rhythm and step, because the first time we hosted refugees, first time we had these host classes, we wish to thank all of you for your support. I wish to thank our trainers, our instructors, the people who helped that we did together. Volaki Athanasia, I wish to thank the Association of Instructors. I wish to thank the local community because we have many institutions, many NGOs who participate in the project. I wish to thank Ms. Maria Vlachaki, our trainer. And what we learned was that we unite forces, and as Antoine Saint-Exupéry said, you only see with heart. The words of Antoine Saint-Exupéry. With the eyes, you cannot see correctly. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Mytilene, Evening High School of Mytilene. Thank you very much. I understood here in Greece that I could attend school. As I understood, school is a second home to me. In your country, in Greece, I understood how important school is, and they let me get into the school, be able to attend schooling, and I'm here, I'm happy, and I hope that I can continue going to the school. Have a great summer. Thank you very much. We wish to thank our trainer, Mr. Hadjilias, Mr. Pavlou. We wish to thank that we did our action plan based on your guidance, and I guess we did things We have students since 2016. We have special classes. And we're truly happy that and we're happy that the students move forward. Now, second High School of Athens, Theodoros Angelopoulos, the name of the school. I wish to thank Evgenia Papageorgiou, our trainer, because we are a rather difficult school with many refugees in Victoria. And as we're named Theodoros Angelopoulos, an important Greek film director, I wish to refer to one of his phrases. We move forward the frontiers, but we're still here. So how many frontiers we need to cross until we arrive home? Fourth High School of Chalkida. Congratulations. I wish to thank Katerina Batsigu, our trainer, and Betty Papadimitriou for her support. Let's stay in Chalkida. Third High School of Chalkida. Pepi. Thank you very much. I was really touched by listening to that child who came from Samos. I was really touched. Now, 42nd High School of Athens. Anyone representing this particular school? 42nd school. Thank you very much. We also, as trainers, we were embarked in a beautiful journey of feelings, of help, of support, of learning, of teaching, life stories. It is a life, I dare to say, journey, and especially an important input and knowledge we all got as trainers, as instructors, and of course for the beneficiaries, our students. In other words, a great hope that we have this project, and we expect that this program shall continue because it is a hope for all of us. Let's make these students and these pupils' dreams come true. Thank you, and I shall inform the school about this prize and this award. Thessaloniki, 30th High School of Thessaloniki. Thekla. Thank you, Thekla. Let's go once again to Chalkida, second High School of Chalkida. Do we have a representative, or is once again Pepi coming? I'm truly happy as coordinator for Itzona that 7 schools in Chalkida have participated in the project. We had many difficulties, many problems, many issues with the local authorities. The fact that 7 schools in this project is a great act of resistance. So guys, resist. Now, Yanina, School of Yanina, 8th High School of Yanina. Thank you, congratulations. Thank you for this experience you offer to all of us. A huge thank to Margarita Capsali, Let's still stay in Yanina. Second General High School of Yanina. We're truly happy, really glad about this. We felt more useful and much more creative. Thank you. Now let's invite 8th High School of Athens. Congratulations. On behalf of our headmaster, thank you very much. We wish to thank Ms. Mazzaridou for her support, the reinforcement, the kind words. We felt we were not alone. We are an intercultural school in downtown Athens, and we truly fight all these years. We were rather desperate at the moment, but you gave us the wings. We are happy. We started with 2 people at the academia that we were trained at the academy. Now we have 20 participating in the project, and this, I guess, is a really great message. Allow me to say that the songs that we listen are written by our students in the framework of the action plan. First, a pal of Serbia. Another school, it's a professional school in Serbia, in the north of Greece. And now we kindly invite first high school of Megara. Thank you. Now once again Larissa, third high school of Larissa. Thank you. We wish to thank Tanya Adela Magdaviciu, our trainer. Without her, few things could have been accomplished. I believe that there are much more things that we can actually do next year. Refugees are here to stay, so as trainers, as people, as human beings, as humanitarians, we must do all our best. And last but not least, second Intercultural High School of Ioannina. Hello, congratulations. We worked for many years with foreign students and refugees, and we do know the value of such projects because it helps us become even better. That's what we try to do every year, to be honest. Thank you very much. We wish to thank our trainer, Sonia Vlachou. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for your help, your support, and of course the program itself, and our colleagues who are not with us right now. Thank you all. That's a wrap. Oh, we forgot to say that 5th High School of Veria. Sorry for that, says the speaker. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Fifth Evening School of Athens. Thank you very much. We are a school with many refugees. We are quite experienced. I wish to thank Mr. Vasilis Charitos, who was our coordinator, and we shall continue with the same pace next year. Allow me to say something about Panagiotis. Panagiotis in 2018, he had many female refugees who wanted to go to school, but they could not leave their newborns. So we tried to find a way back then, and Panagiotis found an excellent kindergarten teacher, volunteer. So he opened the next hall at his school. There was a volunteer that was kindergarten teacher that was keeping the child, and these refugee women from Afghanistan went to school. And along with these girls, we had also Greek women who attended the school when they knew that there was something they could do with their children who were newborn. So Panagiotis, amazing. Thank you very much. I hope we haven't forgot something. So let me give the floor to the third High School of Philadelphia because they want to share some thoughts. School, we had a major issue of communication. In other words, some people were for inclusion and some others went against. And in this effort, in this problem, we had a support not just from the people from the program itself, but we also had the support of our coordinator, Miss Mariana Gelaki, and I wish to wholeheartedly thank you for your support because it was a really difficult situation. We had people who were against us. So despite your institutional role, you're a big human being. And Miss Chariklia Vasilopoulou, who came just for an hour from other schools, and just for 1 hour, she gave her soul and she helped us. So I guess we have graduated.
Congratulations, all of you, and thank you to... I'm actually so impressed that there's so many people still left at the end of the conference because usually it empties out throughout the day. So thank you to all of you who came, to those who came to learn about the project, to those who shared their experiences and the knowledge, to the trainers, to the regional trainers, to the team in Greece, everyone. It's been really a pleasure to see everything. And we know that there are challenging contexts that you're working for different reasons, but we really hope that, and it seems that you have been inspired and encouraged to continue this hard work and creative and fun, as I think is also at times work that you do to create more inclusive schools. So thank you, and we end the conference there.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, πάρα πολύ.